I think that looks good. Let me get everything set up here. Let's see here. Let's make sure it's going here. Why is that not coming on for me? Hang on, guys. There we go. Now we gotta fix this. Sounds going right. I do have some music on today that I'm trying to get it to go in my headset for me. No, of course not. Why is this not? I do the same thing every week. And every week it decides to give me a headache. And I don't know why. Alright, I think I got it fixed. I know that fan's a little noisy, so let me adjust it. I absolutely cannot turn it off today. It is just way too hot out there. Or out here, as the case may be. All right. Let me get set up here. Winners focus on winning, losers focus on winners. If you ever have somebody that is picking on you, telling you this, that, or the other thing, stop listening to them. They're not doing half the stuff you are. All right? Let's get started. Put that up there to remind us today. It's been a little bit of a rough week here. My mama's not doing well. So, if I get interrupted today, my apologies. That's just the way life goes, you know? I think we're going to start with the sunflower. We need some color on here. Gonna start in adding some more yellowed orange. If you missed last week's live stream, it is available on my page. You can see all the colors that we've used so far. Now we're going to start to make these leaves really pop. Sunflowers are absolutely my favorite flower. I have colored thousands of them, I think, by now. Colored or drawn them. I know I've probably taken 5,000 sunflower photos in my lifetime. I absolutely love sunflowers. I've been working on them for over 20 years now. Oh gosh, almost 25 years have I been drawing sunflowers. I joke that I could probably draw them in my sleep. This is from my book, Ivy Sunflower Spectacular. You can get it on Amazon. On Fridays, we color from this book. Well, we're going to color from one of my books on Fridays. On Tuesdays, we color from Karen Myers, The Mystical Lands of Planadra, Autumn's Magic. It's also available on Amazon. And currently, Sarah Renee Clark is gathering information on artists drawing by hand that you should know about. And, of course, I nominated Karen. It'd be great if you go nominate me. I would love it, but I would love it more if you go nominate Karen. She has an entire huge library of books in this own world that she's created. I'm at the start of that process in my creative journey. I'm creating that world as we go. You know, the next book that I make is going to be Fantastic Felines. That's due to come out in October. So I am just at the beginning with 3 books. But Karen has a whole library, so go look up Sarah Renee Clark's website. Not hard to find on Google. Nominate Karen. Get the word out about her lovely book that we do on Tuesdays. I love her work. Just fantastic artist, wonderful person. Deserves some more attention on her work. I'd love to see everybody coloring in her books. I would love to see her get a publishing contract so we can all have the good paper. You know, the only way that artists drawing by hand can get on the good paper that everybody wants is either you get picked up by a publishing house or you front the cost yourself. Amazon does not allow us to pick what paper we use, and that's a travesty. They should let us pick the paper. They should let us pick the binding. You know, I would love to offer y'all some spiral bound coloring books. It's not available on Amazon. You can't do it. You have to upfront those costs yourself if you want to do that with this independent publisher. It's an arm and a leg. And unless you're selling Boku books or other material, you can't get there. It's impossible. The only way to get there is for people to buy more books and to put pressure on Amazon to give us better paper to use. I think sales would increase dramatically if I could offer better paper. You know, the nice thick paper. Everybody wants that. Everybody would love to have the option to use mixed media in all of their books. No joke. I would love to be able to offer that to you. I can't. I can't afford it. I am just one person over here. You know, I don't have a team of people behind me. I don't have a publishing house behind me. I am truly one person trying to do it all. There's not enough hours in the day. You know, I've been down with pneumonia the last several weeks. It still hasn't gone away yet, so if I come into a coughing fit from talking too much, I apologize. Pneumonia in the middle of summer is no fun at all. It's never fun, but who would have thought pneumonia in the middle of summer? Not me. But we've had such a hot and humid summer this year. We went from freezing cold to burning hot real quick this year. And I live outdoors. I live in an RV that I'm remodeling. You know, it's got a leaky roof that I'm working on. It's a pain in the butt. Let's be real here. Oh, I like that already. And I use a bandana to rest my hand on because I am all hot and sweaty. And I don't want to smear my page. Sometimes I use paper towels, but with the fan going, the fan just blows the towels. So I gotta get a drink real quick. Everything is melting very fast out here today, so I won't have a cold drink for long. It's like 90 degrees out here today. Good pencil melting weather. If you leave your pencils out in the sun in 90-degree weather, they're bound to start melting, okay? That's just, they'll get real soft. If you set them out in the direct sunlight, chances of them melting are very, very high. If you've got broken cores, that's great. You can sit them out there for a little bit, warm them up, reset the cores. Wonderful, you know. The ants are not welcome. Again, I live outdoors. It's part of the life. I have sprayed, I have put down ant bait, I have cleaned, I have scrubbed. One of these days we'll get all the holes patched. We'll get the RV back up and into wonderful condition. But that day is not today. But we'll get there. I've heard those little red ants are everywhere this year, and I have a feeling the weather has something to do with it. I've seen a lot of fireflies or lightning bugs this year, too. They've been in my RV. I kindly put them out the door, though. I do. I catch them and put them back outside when I see them in here. Oh, today's Spotify list. Let's see. Oh, it says it's made for me today. Sunday brunch is what they called it. Made for me. Well, maybe you can't get that one. What music do you like to listen to when you color, if anything? Some people like it nice and quiet when they color. People like to watch TV or YouTube channels or videos. I sometimes watch videos on YouTube when I'm coloring. Sometimes. If it's not music, it's YouTube videos. I try to support those who support me. So if you're supporting me and you've got a YouTube channel, I will subscribe. Let me know what it is. If I don't already, if I'm not already commenting on your stuff, let me know what your link is. I drop a lot of likes and a lot of comments and a lot of hours on other people. If you're up at 5:30 a.m. Texas time, my friend the Artistic Biker is on every day, sketching and drawing and washing and watercoloring and giving all kinds of neat factoids. When I do get up that early, which is not every day, I have a different schedule than he does, I pop in there and wake up with the Artistic Biker. Got lots of wonderful hints and tips on how to improve your composition and how to sketch better on the fly. Just fantastic artist, wonderful person. But every day he gets up and arts. And I think it's wonderful. He's hit over 100 days now. I think today was 103. 103 days in a row now. He has gotten up at before the crack of dawn and arted for everybody to see and watch. And it's random. What he does every day is random. He's got this cool randomogrifier is what he calls it. It pulls a random object out every day. It's awesome. He's got enough to do, I think he said, 1.5 years or something like that before he would duplicate any of the items. So you won't see a duplicated item. Which makes every day new and interesting with him. And of course, you can catch it up later in the day. I don't always make it, so when I do get up in the morning, that's usually the first video I go look for. Because I know my friend has been over there arting already. I am more of a night owl. And a lot of my activities that I do usually happen later in the day. So I'm not usually up that early. Sometimes I am. And sometimes I actually set the alarm and get up and do it. And he's the one that has inspired me to keep going and to do these live streams a couple times a week. I cannot do it every day like he does. There's too much going on, especially with my mama right now. Which is why I said if I get interrupted, you know it's my mama. I had to take her into the emergency room yesterday, so. She's 78 years old and I'm not ready to say goodbye. She is home and resting. And I've got a fly bugging me today, of course. One moment. She likes to watch me color though, and so when I'm out here live streaming, I put it on the TV in there in the kitchen for her so she can watch when she goes out to the kitchen. And then sometimes when I go in there to check on her, she'll be awake, and then I'll put it on her phone for her. She likes to watch. That's the other reason why we're doing these lives. Mama likes to watch me color. And I will do anything for my mama. The other day I joked with her that I would drive to the moon and back if it meant she would eat. You know, if I could cook her something and the ingredient was on the moon, I told her I'd drive there if I had to. And I would too. Doesn't matter how tired I am. The pneumonia has zapped my energy. And it's very hard right now to get a lot of things done. But whatever my mama's hungry for, I will cook for her. Escape the Pina Colada song. That's an oldie. My mama loved this song. You know, it's about two people who drift apart but then realize that they're meant for each other. And they rekindle their love, and I think that's beautiful. That's coming together nicely now. I do work in layers, and I don't press down with my pencils hard, not very often. I just let the pencil do the work. I am working with Prismacolors. They're my favorites. I'll have to get some more soon. I'm starting to run out of some colors. Amazon Prime deals, I think they're still going on today, if you're an Amazon user. I did order a few things. And when everything comes in, I'll let you know. But hopefully what I ordered is going to help me return to reading to the kids. And I also ordered another tablet holder, phone holder, because I don't like the one I've got now. I don't like the way my camera sits. I don't like not being able to adjust it after I've set it. It's a real pain. So I ordered a different style, and I'm hoping it works out. For those of you who don't know, who might be joining me for the first time, in January of this year, I got a severe cat bite wound on my left index finger. That's this arm with the tattoo. And the other day I finally got to the point where I could start using, I'm still missing feeling in that hand. I don't think I'll ever get that feeling back in my finger. And there is a scar tissue there. But I did manage to paint finally the other day. I'm ambidextrous by nature. And I finally was able to paint the other day with that finger. And it's very challenging. And it'll take me a while to get my full abilities back, but I am ambidextrous. And so only drawing or painting with one hand right now has been a right royal pain. I'm used to both hands going at once. Or alternating between the two. 6.5 years ago, I was in a severe car accident. Pardon me for just a minute. And I lost the ability to hold a pencil at all. All right. Anyway, so during my recovery, I had to focus on relearning how to hold things. And sometimes I still struggle with it, but it's become part of how I create art. You know, I do have to take breaks. I do have to exercise my fingers. You know, I can't go gangbusters for 8 hours in a row. Non-stop. That's why I remind you, take care of your body. Get up, stretch, get a drink. Relax your fingers, let go of the pencils for a minute. Because those are all things that I have to do in order to keep creating. And I like thinking I got buddies out there doing the same thing. You know, taking care of their hands. So anyway, I put up a little piece the other day for World Watercolor Month. I don't know what all World Watercolor Month entails, quite frankly. I guess it's just a focus on watercolor. And I like using watercolor. Oh, speaking of which, I like using watercolor in my coloring books when I can. Let me get a drink real quick. But sometimes I just want to have fun and not worry about much of anything. I'm grabbing it. Let me move a few things here. A long, long time ago, and I don't know where I picked this one up, probably Amazon. I picked up this set of watercolors. They're rather opaque and not like my Winsor Newtons at all. Yeah, it's a little messy. It's a paint palette. It's okay. Well, the other day at Walmart, I found another one with slightly different colors and a paintbrush. I don't need the paintbrush. I've got a million paintbrushes that I can use in my coloring books. So last night, because we're going to talk about this real quick. Last night I sat down and color swatched both of the palettes. So that I would know what colors I have. Some of them overlap and some of them are different. And no, I can't rearrange the palette. I can't pull these cakes out of here in any way, shape, or form and move them to a different spot. Otherwise, I would have rearranged them and made them look all pretty. But I can't do that. They're stuck, you know. These are cake watercolors. The tubes that I use for my professional work when I sell something are usually Winsor Newton. Occasionally I'll use some Phoenix, but Winsor Newton are my main watercolor that I use in my other works. But these are great. They're inexpensive. They're something you can add to add color to your pages. This one was $6 at Walmart yesterday when I saw it. And it'll add a splash of color here and there. Like I said, they're a little bit more opaque than what I'm used to. I love the transparency of the Winsor Newton watercolors. That's why I use them. But these will be great. And let me get these out of here. These will be great for playing around with. You don't have to spend an arm and a leg to have fun coloring. You don't need Prismacolors if you don't want them. I mean, if you want them, great, you know. But you don't have to spend $100, $130 on watercolor paint if you don't want to. Anyway, I sat down for several hours last night and drew up that little page and swatched those out last night so I could have a quick reference. And here is a page that I did. Oops. I'm throwing things around now. Here's a page I did the other day with a watercolor background. And I had a lot of fun putting these blues in here. And a lot of fun. The grays on this are on my channel. That's what I did live the other day. Or not live, on a video the other day. I swapped back and forth and showed you how I could do that. Painting at the same time. This is out of World of Color by Kirby Rosannes, and I do plan on doing the whole book. Some of it will be better than others because, you know, quite frankly, this is not my normal subject matter. This is my normal subject matter. And it's fun learning how to do these. So challenge yourself every once in a while to get outside your comfort zone and find something different to do. That keeps your interest in coloring. You know, like I said, I've colored 1,000,000 sunflowers probably. I don't know how many I've colored. I enjoy it. I don't want to get tired of it. So I've got myself, you know, some Kirby Rosannes here to work on. In my spare time. Ha ha ha. Just for funsies, you know. Everybody needs more fun in their lives. And I'm really enjoying working with the paint and putting that together. Alright, that's where I put him. Oh, hello, Mr. Bug. I don't know what kind of bug that was. Alright. Obviously, we are not out by the campfire today. Too hot out there, it's 90 degrees. Ooh, a little feather. A little itty bitty tiny feather. Look at that. Look at that fun blessing. Huh. Joys of living outside. You never know what's going to come down. Okay, the flies could go away though. The other day, if you missed it when we were outside, we did Shadow Puppets live. That was a lot of fun. Got some Billy Joel on now. I like Billy Joel. I've seen him in concert. Long, long, long time ago. Bless his heart. We've got a lot of great music out there. Okay. Oh, not. Leave me alone. Y'all know that song? Called My Life by Billy Joel. You know, you can speak your mind, but not on my time. I like this song. There are thousands and thousands of varieties of sunflowers. Whatever color you want to make your sunflower, go for it. There's probably one out there that looks like it. And if you want to use fantasy colors and make up your own when you're coloring a sunflower, go for it. Remember, this is supposed to be fun. One of the things I love about coloring is just sitting down and putting the pencils to the paper. I am not fond of doing backgrounds. You can ask anybody that knows me. I like to color objects. Backgrounds are just, I'm not going for a finished work of art here. I'm going to have some fun. I'm not going to hang this on my wall. It'll stay in the book forever. It's the process of coloring that I enjoy. Oh, this is canary yellow. Just layering and blending. Let me know in the comments what you're coloring today. Love to see what you color. If you want to put it on my community page, I'd love to pop over and take a look at it. Love looking at everybody else's work. All I'm doing is smoothing a little bit of this out, blending it out a little bit. Well, hello, FS. How are you doing today? Did you download the go-kart track mod for Farming Simulator 25? I got a chance finally to download it last night, but I haven't had a chance to play with it yet. I'm going to add a go-kart track onto Riverbend Springs. Oh, 37C. Oh, you're dying over there. I'm so sorry. That is warm. It's 90F right here, right now. So I'm right up there with you. And you can hear the fan going, I know. But that's the only way I can keep cool. Unlike a lot of Americans, I do not have air conditioning. I'm remodeling the RV. Air conditioning is down the line, you know. Trying to figure out how to go live. You mean on Farming Simulator, or do you mean like now? Because I use two different things. I am on PlayStation 5, so I use the, PlayStation Connect with YouTube. You might need to authenticate your YouTube account before you can go live, and you also need to have 50 subscribers. So if you don't have those two things yet, you can't go live. On the PlayStation, it's just an option in one of the menus to connect to your YouTube account, and then you have to authenticate it, go through some hoops, and yes, I am who I say I am. But the other key is you have to have 50 subscribers. So there might be an extra step in there and some paperwork that you need to do before you can do that. Otherwise, I just use the YouTube app. There's a button there that says go live. I push it and I fuss with the settings. I don't know anything about a program called Lightstream, I'm afraid. Okay, so you've got that to go live. It doesn't give you an option on the Xbox to... Are you trying to are you trying to stream to both of them at the same time from the Xbox? Is there a PC involved in that? If so, I don't have a PC. Neither of my streams are PC oriented. I know a lot of people, if they have a PC, use a program called OSB. I think that's the name of it. I don't know how that works yet because, like I said, I don't own a PC. So on that, I'm sorry I can't help. This stream is just streamed from my phone. And I have an Android, if that helps. Probably not, but I've got a holder that it holds up there for me, and I push all the buttons, and that's all I do. And then, like I said, for my PlayStation, I do have a wireless headset, or not a, yeah, wireless headset that plugs into the back there, and then it captures the audio for me when I go live with YouTube. But it actually plugs into one of the USB slots on the back of the PlayStation. And that's as fancy as I have. I don't have anything else. Not yet. I would love a beautiful professional setup, but I'm not there yet. I don't even think I've owned a PC in 15 years now. It goes to live stream, then it goes to Twitch, then it goes to YouTube. So there's a disconnect between going to Twitch and going to YouTube. Sounds like a permission issue somewhere. Like the link's not set up right somewhere. That's my only guess. I have a Twitch account. I haven't done anything with it yet. Maybe one of these days I'll get on it. But again, that's an option directly from PlayStation too, to go straight to Twitch. But I would imagine that would eliminate my ability to go on YouTube. And I'm guessing that light stream then lets you do both at the same time. I wish I could help you more. But my setup is very, very basic. Obviously, when I stream on the PlayStation, I don't have a camera yet for that, but I've heard I can get one. So you all can see the funny faces that I make. So, but that's on the to-do list. One of these days I'll get there. already have a capture card for sound and video for when that day comes. You know, buying the parts and pieces now. Maybe by the end of the year. I mean, I have an Xbox. I don't play Farming Simulator on it, though. I do play Oblivion on it. The Oblivion Remastered. I have not sat down and played that for a while. Maybe I'll do that later on tonight. I don't have that hooked up to YouTube, though. That's just for fun. I do not know as much about the Xbox as I do the PlayStation. But that Oblivion Remastered is beautiful. Oh, perfect song that just came on. Here Comes the Sun. I do have someone I follow that might be able to help you better in one of his videos. Let me pull it up here. Let me see if I can find him. Give me a minute here. Not like I don't follow 5,000 people. Where are you at? There you are. Check out that link. See if he's got any information on that software or how to set it up better. He might be able to help you. He might have something out there already. I don't know him personally. I just watch his videos for tech stuff. I find him easy to follow. No affiliation. No, everything I do is either my phone, my tablet, or my PlayStation. That's it. Right now, anyway. I do hope you get it figured out because I'd love to watch your stream. I often watch Farming Simulator videos when I'm sitting here coloring. It's either videos on YouTube or music. Right now I've got some music going in my headset. Of course I can't share that because of copyright, but I wish I could. Get a party going, you know. I understand how frustrating it is, though, when something doesn't work as intended. Crimson Lake. I'm going to sharpen this real quick. Shut your fingers. Especially after doing little details like that. Roll your shoulders. Stretch out your arms. Winners focus on winning. Losers focus on winners. If you have anybody giving you a hard time about whatever it is you're trying to do in life, remember they're not doing half as much as what you're doing. Every single time. They're not doing the work. Guaranteed. Well, hi, Sherry. How are you doing today? I'm taking a minute and stretching. How's the weather there? It is like 90 degrees here today, so we're not out by the fire. I'm doing great, thank you. Yeah, hot and sweltery there too, huh? I get it, I do. Get me a drink now. Hey, I heard that. It just miserable here today. Hot and humid. 90 degrees. You got any plans for the weekend? Good deal. Good deal. I just had some water and then I had a couple of sips of Pepsi. Get a little caffeine going. I'm doing some fine details on the sunflower. So I had to stop for a minute and wiggle my fingers. 106? Oh my goodness. That is unreal. Yikes. I am so sorry. Oh. What horrible weather we are having this year. Just awful. Gosh, my 90 doesn't sound so bad now. I've had a fly bothering me today, so I had to put on my long sleeves. Boy, let me tell you what, that's warm. It's waffle weave though, so it's fairly thin. You know, waffle weave. Lightweight. That keeps the flies off my arms. Well, I don't know what else to do. I've done everything. I've got the fly strips up. And they're annoying. I've got the fan going. But I totally understand long sleeves for protection from the insects. When it gets down to 70 now, I think it's cold. Because we've been at 90, for so long this summer. And in the winter, I'm begging for 70 degrees. I do too. I have no use for them. It's not like flies are endangered or anything. Ants too. Ants have been bad this year. Those little itty bitty tiny ones. I really think the weather's got something to do with it. And these are just the regular black house flies. Yeah, I've got some taro out. And still, they keep coming. Like, come on, give me a break, guys. There's a whole wide world out there you could be in that's much more interesting than my RV. you know? I try not to eat out here if I can help it. The whole 9 yards. So it's not like they got food here. So I don't know. But I don't have air conditioning out here either. I've got the door open, so the flies come in and say hello, and I'm like, go away. I do have a screen door I could put up, but that inhibits the airflow. I already tried that. I'm just adding a few little details on these petals. I love the Autumn Beauty sunflowers, or the sunflowers with the red streaks in them. These are my favorites. 99% of the time, that's what I color. But like I tell everybody, you can color them your own color. Most people are just used to the bright yellow ones. That is the most popular color, is just yellow. But there's like 2,000 varieties of sunflower out there. And not all of them are yellow. Right? The black-eyed Susans. Yes, absolutely. And I have grown sunflowers that are red as red can be. And I've actually grown green sunflowers. It's a variety called Jade. They're very pale green. They're gorgeous. There are some that are a deep burgundy color. But to my knowledge, there is no black sunflower. Okay? To my knowledge. I have tried to verify again and again, and a true black sunflower does not exist. If they did, I'd probably have to try and grow them, but they don't exist. They might someday. They're probably about that big around. They're real tiny. I'm going to have to try and dig up some of my photos of them, and about the size of a 50-cent piece, maybe. I'm going to have to see if I got some photos of those. That was a while ago. I'll see if I can't dig them up. Very delicate, very delicate. Quite the contrast to the giant Russian sunflowers that everybody is used to seeing, you know. The super tall ones that are yellow. And a lot of the sunflowers that are grown commercially for their seeds and stuff are only like 5 feet tall. We have some sunflowers out here every few years that are grown commercially, and they're only like 5 feet tall. And I'm going, huh, who'd have thought? Right? I would imagine they're easier to harvest when they're shorter. I was disappointed, though, in Farming Simulator that there is only one variety of sunflower. I wanted to be able to plant different colored sunflowers, you know. But they don't. They only have one. They only have the one color. Maybe somebody will mod it in there one of these days. But I did get into that game because of the sunflowers. I saw the sunflower silo in one of the advertisements, and I was like, that's it, I've got to have this game. Yeah, that would be fun just to put one red one out in the middle of the field. Or like make designs in the fields with different colors and I would love something like that. That would be so much fun. And I do have a few sunflowers that survived that are growing up in the backyard. So I thought I didn't have any this year. I thought the cold weather got to them. But my nephew came to me the other day and he's like, "Do you know you got sunflowers out there?" And I was like, "No." He's like, "Yeah, they're about yay tall, you know." And so later on this fall when they bloom, or later on this summer when they bloom, I'll go out there and get pictures of them. And I'll share those. I thought I'd lost all of them this year because it was a very cold, wet spring. And now it's a very hot summer. So hopefully they'll develop. Oh, On the Dock of the Bay. That's what just came on my playlist. I know we've got green beans out there that got to get picked and canned. I've got some green beans right now in the fridge that need to either be cooked up or canned. I got a batch the other day and my nephew got a batch, so tomorrow I know what I'm going to be dealing with. Cooking and cleaning green beans. It's that time of year. Always happens in July. I'm hoping our tomatoes come in. We've got lots of green ones starting to develop out there. We've had a few cucumbers already. Well, I do need to make up some cucumber salad. And a couple of zucchinis that I'm going to shred and put in the freezer for bread. I make excellent zucchini bread. I think we've got some watermelon out there planted this year too. Don't know if it'll do anything, but hey, I think we planted some. Black raspberries are done for the year. And they're sitting in the freezer waiting for cooler weather. I had a friend ask me if I could go kayaking today, and my pneumonia is still too bad to go out kayaking yet. I'm getting there, but it's slow. Ah, awesome! Over 100 years old for zucchini bread. That is, yeah, I've been making the same recipe my whole life. Split and grilled. Oh, yummy. I like to make up a pan of fried zucchini and yellow squash and onions. That's good too. A little seasoning on it. Nom, nom, nom. But I know my mama would like some cucumber salad. where you put the onions, or where you put the onions and the cucumbers and the vinegar. You know what I'm talking about? Little sugar. All right. That's good stuff in the summer. Nice and cool and refreshing. Last night she wanted chocolate pudding and fried potatoes and onions. So guess who made fried potatoes and onions and chocolate pudding for my mama last night? She's not doing so well today. I wish they would have kept her in the hospital. But they say her electrolytes and everything are good. But she's so weak and having a hard time staying awake and eating and all that stuff. Yeah, we were in the ER yesterday. I want to take her back and say fix her. You know, she's having bad intestinal issues. Got no appetite. Well, all the tests are coming back fine. Well, yeah, but she's sick as a dog. You know, help her. Get her some fluids. Get her some nutrition. They did give her some fluid yesterday, although they said she was not very dehydrated. Yes, exactly. I will go to the moon and back if I have to get an ingredient and cook it for her. You know, I will do whatever she wants to eat. I will make it for her. I will too. I anything she wants, I will make. I'll make up another pot of ham and green beans and potatoes. She likes that. Since I got the beans ready, I got some ham yesterday when I went to the store. So I'm going to be doing that either today or tomorrow. You know, she's so weak she can't get up and cook for herself. So, oh, you bet. Whatever she wants to eat, she can have it. And last night it was chocolate pudding and fried potatoes and onions. But at her age, she's allowed too. You know, if that's what she wants for supper, that's what she gets for supper. And she ate a big plate last night of the potatoes and onions, so I brought them into her and she started crying and I'm like, Mama, don't cry. God. I'll do anything for you, Mommy. You just gotta tell me. Yes, I'm sick, but I'm not as sick as you are. I know how to sit down and cook still. I still got that kind of energy, you know. I'm on the upswing here. But absolutely anything she wants, I will cook for her. I will go buy it. I will go get it. Whatever it takes. And now you are not invited to this party either. Yeah. I know my time is coming to an end with her, Sherry. I do. And it is hard. But as I tell her, Mama, we got to grow old together. How many people get to do that? It will be hard without her. Let me see if I can get this. Let me hold this up for a minute. Let me get it closer to the camera. Oh, hang on. Oh, bless. Can you see some of the details better that I'm adding? Trying to figure out how to get it on the camera better. Wrong way. I'm sorry to hear that. There we go. I'm sorry to hear that, Sherry. That is hard. Yes, I am fortunate I still have my mom and my dad. Thank you. Thank you. Thought you might want to see a little close up. I know when my mom goes, my dad probably won't be far behind. That woman is his world. So, they've been married now since 1968. How many years is that? Yep, I still have both. My dad is in fairly good health. I mean, for being 78. He does not have any major issues like my mama. So. I really like how this is coming along. Oh my gosh, Sherry. That is awful. I am so sorry. That is horrible. The worst thing between me and my mother was, when you're a teenager. We couldn't decide who was boss. You know? It's obviously her, by the way. I am so sorry you never had that. You'd like my mama. She is a Spitfire. I'm glad you had them, Sherry. I really am. Yeah, 50s is too young to lose your daddy, though. Heck, any age is too young. Any age is too young. It's hard. This is it. You want to let them retain their autonomy, and yet you really want to make decisions for them too. At this age, you know, I'd love to go fight the hospital and make them take better care of her, but they won't. I'd love to kick up a fuss, but she won't let me, you know. Because I think she should be in the hospital getting fluids and nutrition. You know, she doesn't have the strength right now to fight for herself, and I can only do so much. So I keep her fed and hydrated the best I can. All right. We're almost all the way around here with this color. You know, when you're young, you think you're invincible and everybody's going to live forever. Oh, I do. I do. I love that woman with all my heart. Ain't no doubt about it. I would do anything for her. I do have some new equipment coming in, Sherry. I've got a different camera holder coming in that should be able to hold either my camera or my tablet and let me adjust it easier. It's got a reticulating arm on it. I got it on sale at Amazon Prime. I think it's supposed on Prime days. I think it's supposed to be here Wednesday. And I also bought myself a tabletop easel. And I'm hoping that I will be able to set everything up now so that I can put the book on the easel and read to the kids that way. Since I am struggling so bad to hold the book and turn the pages at the same time because of my injured finger. Fingers crossed, literally. I hope this works out for me. I am missing reading to the kids. I am missing it bad. But I can't do both right now at the same time. I can't both hold the book and turn the pages. So I'm hoping the new equipment helps out with that. Because I thought that was just fitting. You know, I thought about it for the longest time, and I'm like, well, heck, why don't I just put it up on my easel? And then I thought, I don't have a small easel. I don't either. I have a great big one that my daddy made me, but I don't have a small tabletop easel. Thank you. Thank you, Sherry. I know a lot of people are. A lot of people are missing listening to me read. And I'm trying. Lord knows I am trying. I can't make my finger heal any faster, though. So, I finally bit the bullet and got some new equipment that hopefully will help. I don't give up, Sherry. I will keep poking at it until I can do it again. I will figure it out. I decided that that was more important than getting new pencils. So. Oh, I gotta move this real quick. So for Prime Days, that's what I ordered myself. The easel should be here on Saturday, tomorrow. And then the other holder should be here on Wednesday. Because then I'm going to have a picture of the book up on one part of the screen, and then I'm going to be like in the corner. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, heavens no. I do not quit. I don't know how to quit. Good. Never give up. If something doesn't work, try it a different way. And that's where I was. I'm so frustrated at trying to hold it and turn the pages that nope, it's not working. Let's try something else. And I don't think that's not quitting to me. That's figuring out what works. Just because you did it one way doesn't mean you always have to do it that way. You can try a new approach. And with the second camera, then I can capture from two different directions, or with the second holder, I can put the tablet in one and my phone in the other and record on both at the same time. And then merge them together in the YouTube Create. Ooh, getting all fancy, you know. Because my facial expressions are part of the fun of doing that. And if you can't see that, that's not any fun. You know, I make all the faces, I do all the voices. And the kids are starting to ask for new material too, so I'm like, I gotta get on this. They're asking for new books. So. I gotta get it figured out. You know, my most popular book has over 30,000 views. That's a lot of kids watching. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break because it's been a minute since I've been sitting here. I'm gonna go get a fresh drink. I'm gonna stretch my legs. Gonna check on my mama. Yeah, that series is off the charts popular. Altogether on the series, I think I have like 70,000 views across all the videos. Yeah, I'm quite popular. I know I don't talk about it very often. But yeah, reading books to kids, I'm very popular with. So, at least I think that's popular. With 70,000 views, that's nothing to sneeze at. I don't know, that's just my opinion. I don't talk about it very often. But yeah, not shabby. If I get on a regular schedule, Sherry, it will explode. My channel will blow up. So, I just got to get the trifecta. I got to get back to reading again. You know, I offer something for the whole family. You know, I play Farming Simulator. You know, I play a video game for dad, so to speak. Or son, you know. There are not many girls that play Farming Simulator, okay? I know I'm in the minority. But then I've got artwork for, you know, the moms and the daughters and, you know, the odd ducks, you know. And then I've got the reading for the kids. And I've got books, you know. If a kid's got a medical appointment, you can sit him down and let him watch, you know, one of my videos while you sit there and color. I think that's awesome. And I love doing it. And I know that people do this. I know that people do this because they've told me repeatedly that's what they do. When they have to go to the specialty hospitals with the kids, they'll let the kid have the tablet, put on one of my books, and then mom will sit there and draw or color in one of my books. Heck yeah, I think that's awesome, and it's going to bring me to tears if I talk about it too much. But that's also why I don't talk about it too much. It gets emotional for me. I like to help people, but I don't like to be thanked for it, you know? I'm not good at that. All right, I'm going to go get a fresh drink and check on my mama, and I'll be right back. Oh. I'm back. Mama's still napping. Bless her heart. She's been napping for a few hours now. My dad is in there, by the way, with her. So I checked on him too. I'm a better caretaker, so I take care of them both. Does that make sense? Yeah. My daddy, as much as he loves my mama, doesn't know what to do a lot of time. You know. He's used to mama taking care of everybody else. You know, he's old school. Right? It is hard. It is hard because you want to help, and at the same time you can only do so much. So she's having a good nap, which she needs. You know, she feels like crap. I don't mean to laugh, but she does. She just, I wish I could do anything for her. I really do. Bless her heart, Sherry. Bless her heart. I don't know that I could do it for anybody else. It takes too much out of my heart. Anyway, she's resting. She's all right. I mean, she's as good as she can be. I'm going to sharpen this pencil real quick. Uh-oh. We'll see if it holds up. Rest is critical. It is. I'm going to come in now with some Tuscan Red. Oh, bless. When I was in college, gosh, that's been a few years ago now. One year, my roommate and I adopted grandparents at the local nursing home. We go in every week and visit with them and do stuff with them. And the one thing I wasn't allowed to talk about then that I can talk about now, you know who James Dean is? I know that's a Wayback Machine there. Oh, bless your heart. His grandfather was in our nursing home, and we weren't allowed to tell anybody. He has since passed away, and so it's okay to say that now. But yeah, I spent time with James Dean's grandfather. But at the time, we couldn't tell anybody who it was, right? But that was kind of exciting. Bless your heart. I don't know. Parkinson's is a devastating disease. I can't imagine, watching your own body betray you that badly. I'll put it that way. I mean, I've had enough trouble with my body betraying me with the accident and the finger and everything else, and I get muscle spasms, but I can't imagine. Yeah, I can. I could imagine if they were never ending. I'm lucky with Mama. That's not something she has. On her good days, she can still get up and do a few things for herself. Probably not for much longer. I do the majority of the cooking. Occasionally, she'll have Dad help her in the kitchen because she wants to get up and fry an egg for herself, but... Oh, bless. Good for you, Sherry. Good for you. That is hard. That is... But somebody has to do it. Oh, I bet. I bet he did. I wish they could find the cures. The stories old people tell. I love sitting and talking with them. I've heard so many stories about my mom and dad's lives that just are incredible and amazing. Right? That's awesome. That is awesome. And he lives on in your memory, Sherry. And that's the other reason why I did the YouTube channel. Was because, long after I'm gone, there's going to be video evidence that I existed. Oh, I bet. They get in your heart. They sure do. Recently, there's a bit of controversy here in my little town, well, the next town over, about one of our aged care facilities that's for low-income people and people with medical issues. And some people actually dared to complain about the state of their apartments. And it's like, do you not understand that these people died? And that's, that's how they left everything. Dishes were undone. Of course, do you think that, right? Your daddy has to share you. Do you think that when you die, you're going to have all your dishes done? I don't know about you, Sherry, but I could care less about my dishes. I mean, I want them done on a regular basis, but when I die, there's probably going to be dirty dishes that I didn't get to that day. And the way that these people were talking about him was horrible. And I put up a post and I said, what's your place going to look like when you die? Right? Oh, I was so mad. Like, you cannot complain that somebody died and that's their home. You're going to have dirty laundry and you're going to have dirty dishes and that stuff. And somebody has to come along and clean it up. There is no shame in dying. They died. If you're so worried about the state of their affairs, then why don't you go volunteer to help them? Get up off your and go volunteer. Instead of disparaging people who can't get up and do it for themselves. Oh, that brought me to tears, Sherry. I'm telling you. If I keep going on about it, Oh, it made me so mad. These people are the people that don't have anybody in their lives. They don't have any family that can come in and help. If it bothers you so much, go volunteer. They're doing the best they can. And nobody knows when your last breath is going to be. All these horrible, disparaging words about how messy things were. Well, yeah, houses are meant to be lived in. They're not meant to be museums. I didn't see anything there that I haven't seen in my own house, Sherry. And they were being so mean to them. Yeah, y'all want to come over and see my renovated RV and how messy it is? How many hours of a day do I have? People are not as organized as social media would like to pretend that they are. It is, yeah, some people would rather complain than help. And that's why today is so important for me. Winners focus on winning, losers focus on winners. If anybody ever gets on your case about what you're not doing, they ain't doing half of what you're doing. That's for sure and for certain right there. Anybody want to complain about how I live? Come help. Otherwise, back off. And that's exactly what I felt like saying. I've got my own physical issues. Sherry, we've talked about some of them. You've heard me say a million times, I'm not good at walking. I'm not. I'm a terrible walker. That also means that I'm terrible at getting down on the floor, and that sort of thing. My goodness, I'm having to figure out how to do these renovations by myself now. Well, you won't catch me up on the ladder. A lot of the other stuff around here I've done myself. Like ripping out cabinets and getting wood out and tearing down the insulation and stuff like that, you know. It's me doing it. It was just disgusting. It was just disgusting. I'm sure I'll probably get some negative feedback on it. I don't care. I will I will put these people in their place. 'Cause that is just wrong. You don't disparage people who need help. If you're not going to get up there and help, then don't say a word. Yes, it does. And right now, what time do I have? You know, I don't have a lot of hours in the day. I'm helping take care of mama and daddy. My dad knows when I come out here to go live, and he covers me in the house so I can be out here and do this, you know? Because I can't be in two places at once. That's the reason why I had to get on a schedule too. And while it is that my schedule is subject to change. Because I can't be in the hospital and be on here at the same time if that were the case. You know. I can't do both. But I will be there for my mama before, you know, if she needs me, I will be there. She is my top priority. This right now doesn't make me any money. let's be real here, you know, I'm not that popular yet. Maybe one day it will, maybe it won't. But I'm putting my all into trying. Absolutely, my mama's my priority. Absolutely, she is. That scares me when she don't feel good. You know, I had her in the ER twice now this week. Might have her again in there tomorrow. You know, you never know. Well, hey, I might have her in there tonight. I don't know. But that's the other thing is we need to break this idea that everyone's lives behind the camera is perfect. They're not. That's one thing social media doesn't do enough is focus on lives behind the camera. Everybody wants it to be perfect. It's not. You know, y'all watch me go get out of an abusive relationship during this time period that I've been broadcasting. You talk about tough. That's 14 years I've been in that relationship. That was hard. And yet here I am out here trying to spread some fun and love and some happiness and cheerfulness. Because life's tough enough as it is. You know, trying to put a little pretty out in that world. Trying to put a little fun out there. Life is tough. It ain't easy. It is not easy at all. So yeah, it's important for me to sit out here and color and talk to my friends and have some fun. Talk about whatever. I have no interest in being like Sarah Renee Clark, you know, or the other great colorists on YouTube who are putting out all the technical information and showing the new books and all that. You know, that's not my focus. There are plenty of people already doing that. I want my own community. I want the community where, you know, if you're having a bad day, you can come in and say, you know what, I'm having a really bad day, and we can talk about it. Or, you know what, I'm having a really good day. Okay, cool, let's celebrate. You know, like my friend Jonathan the other day, 100 days. Man, we had so much fun in that chat. We did. We partied it up. That's the autistic biker for anybody listening. I've known him for so many years now that, you know, he's a wonderful, wonderful person. Love his family. He's a great family. I've never met him in person. But, so heck yeah, we had a good time. We celebrated. Yes, I want a real community. I don't want anything fake. I want to be me. And I want to be with other real people who are just out here, you know, enjoying coloring a sunflower. Or whatever it is that they're working on that day. You know, where Sunday nights we get together and play a video game. That's fun. You know, that is fun. Let me read to your kids. You know, put on my videos. Know that it's safe. You know, people could put on anything that I do and know that I'm not going to let out a string of curse words. Now, we might talk about some subjects that kids don't understand. But parents don't have to be afraid at any point in time to put my stuff on for their kids to watch. Maybe they have teenagers that want to be artists. By all means, you know, like the girl I met the other day at the hospital. I hope she does stop by someday. I hope she takes me up on the offer and sits down and realizes what it is that I do. That was an amazing moment, by the way. I don't think I've talked about that. Met a couple of young ladies at the hospital the other day who were in the lobby coloring. So, of course, I had to go over and talk to them for a little bit. I don't know where that ant went. It's all right. Look at how nicely that's coming together, though. I'm enjoying this. I'm not the fastest colorist in the world. I'm not. I never will be. But I don't do it for speed either. I do it because it's fun. I do it because I like to go back and forth on the paper with my pencil. I like building up layer after layer. And yes, I love it because it's a distraction from all the other stuff going on. There's a lot of great information out there already, technically speaking. You know, how to draw, how to color. There's a lot of it out there. You can look, you know, anybody who uses YouTube knows how to look it up. Wow, that just really popped off the page. Oh my goodness, over 100 pictures a month? How do you enjoy that? I'm sorry. I'm sure they enjoy it a lot, but I don't have that. I don't have that time. I get half a picture done a day, maybe, on a good day. You know? I don't think I've ever finished one page in a day. Ever. In my life. I don't think I have. I'm not that kind of colorist. I don't go that fast. I like that colored pencils are a slow medium. Yes, it is. It's supposed to be fun and relaxing. In my opinion, of course. I can't do that many, you know. how, I don't even, I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm sorry, I don't. I'm not that fast. I never will be. Not even when I use markers am I that fast. Oh, did I show you these, Sherry? Were you in here? When I showed my new paints? Okay, let's talk about this. Okay, a while back, I got this set of paints, right? I don't even know who they're from. They got no discernible markings on them. Nothing to tell me who made them or anything. And I've long forgotten. All right? So I pulled those out the other day and I was working on the moon picture and I did a nice little background. I'll show you that here in a minute. But the other day I was at Walmart. And lo and behold, look what I found. Oh. Looky here. Bum-ba-da-bum. It's got a few different colors in it. For $6. How fun is that? Now I would love it if if they were all organized by color group and everything, but they're not. But they're fun. So I sat down. Right, $6 at Walmart. Coloring doesn't have to be expensive. So then I sat down last night. Get these out of the way. It even came with the brush. It even came with that brush right there, Sherry. This one right here. I haven't even taken it out yet. It even came with a brush. For $6. You know, it's got a nice little point on it. That'll be fun to color. That'll be fun to paint with, you know. I am a queen of brushes. I have a lot of brushes, okay? I will admit to that. I have a lot of brushes. Here's part of my brush, my brush bin. Got some other stuff in there too, but I have a lot of brushes. Okay? Anyway, so then I sat down and I made the color swatches that I can put in with them. So now I can put those in each bin and I know which colors are what. That took me a couple hours last night to do. These are not the same as my Winsor Newton watercolors. Or even my Phoenix watercolors, which are my secondary watercolors. They're not as expensive as the Winsor Newton, But they're cheap and they're great for coloring books. Anyway, let me show you this because I don't think I shared this. I put up a post, but I didn't share it yet. The Kirby Roseanne's book. They're perfect for doing watercolors in. I did the background and the moon in watercolor. I had a lot of fun using them cheap paints. Right? I love cheap supplies. I love fun supplies. I love working with whatever you can afford. Thank you. I added a little purple down here, got all the different grays in there. I had a blast with it. I had a great time. I want to go and darken some of these greens up a little bit up here, but and I want to finish the background and put in some stars and that sort of thing. But I'm not done with it, Still more things I want to do. But I had a blast, and that's with them cheap paints. And I think more people need to do that. I don't need the latest, greatest, whatever supply is out there. I just need fun supplies. Oh, there's my dragon. I haven't showed anybody else my dragon yet. I started on him yesterday. Obviously, he's not done yet. But I figured I bought the book. I'm just going to start working my way through it. You know? I like to color a Kirby Roseanne's. I like the paper. I wish I could sell on this paper. Unfortunately, I don't have a publishing house behind me, you know? Not yet. Maybe one of these days. You never know. You never know. And Sarah Renee Clark, you saw that video, right? That she's asking for nominations for different artists that are drawn by hand in different books. I nominated Karen Myers, and I'm going to keep talking about it until she gets on that list. And I'm going to keep doing my Tuesday, you know, until she gets some recognition here within the community, because she deserves it. I mean, she's got an entire library of books. Yeah, it was a great honor to, you know, to nominate her. I love her work, and that's a genuine love, because I make no money, $0, from telling everybody how much I love her work. I would love her stuff to be on the good paper. You know, I would go nuts. I would go absolutely crazy. Oh, you did? You looked her up on Amazon? That's awesome. That is awesome. If you want to go to Sarah Renee Clark's website and nominate her, go for it. You know, I'll even share up the links. I don't think I've done that yet on the page, but I'll put the links up there to Sarah's website, where you can go nominate your favorite artist drawing by hand. I think it's a great project. It's a phenomenal project to try and get all that organized. Well, I think we ought to make some noise for Karen. And like I said, I don't even know her. You know, I know you better than I know Karen. I do not know Karen. I don't. I just like coloring her work. That's one person I would love to go to a craft show with and hear what she has to say about everything, you know? I would love to sit down and draw with her. Oh my gosh. Would that not be, that would be, faint level of incredible for me. You know, there are people that I admire, and she's one of them. Because she has such an extensive library. I mean, like, wow, what an inspiration. Right? And I don't understand it. Her books are incredible. They are so detailed and so cute. She deserves the recognition. She does. She absolutely deserves it. She deserves the attention. You know, she's one person by her, you know, doing it all herself. And it's hard. It's hard. It is hard to both promote yourself and do what you want and this, that, and the other thing. It is so hard. Yes, they are all hand-drawn. We need to fight back against the AI, which is what Sarah's trying to do. I don't know Sarah either personally, by the way. I've just seen some of her videos. But I saw that video the other day about nominating your favorite hand-drawn artist, and I was like, oh yeah, we doing this. We doing this. I'm going to keep talking about it too. I think she deserves to be on the good paper. She does. You know, I love my own books, but they are not as extensive. Well, and they're not meant to be either. I wanted something my mama could color at 78 years old, you know? Not everybody can color the details. And coloring books, in my opinion, should be available for all levels of people, all skill levels. Yeah, I don't have any of her books. I don't. True story. I don't have anything of hers. But I do believe that with all my heart that Karen belongs on that list. She fits the criteria. She's got an ample body of work for them to look through. Oh, here's some fun stuff. Watercolor. Obviously not for sale. I don't know what that is over there. Another test page. Just goofing around. At one point in time, I think that was going to be some grapes that I never finished. Here's sunflower. Another sunflower. Whoops. I got no idea what that is, but there you go. I don't remember. Well, we'll finish off with yet another sunflower. Oops, he's upside down. That I never finished yet. That's what I had in the back of this book. This watercolor pad of paper that I had. Because I bought it to see if it would work. And that's what I painted on it. So far. And I think I got this at Walmart. Pen and Gear. Look at that. It's got watercolor all over it. Nice to work on. I think I got it for like $5 or something like that. Not everything has to be professional grade to have fun or to produce beautiful work. And I wish more people focused on the skills behind it rather than the supplies. Yeah. Find more at walmart.com right there. Their Pen and Gear line. Go away, fly. Because after you get the skills, you can make any supplies work for you. Are the nice supplies fun to work with? Oh yeah, they are. That's why I'm coloring with Prismacolors. Do I also work with other supplies? You bet. You bet I do. Anyway, that's what just was that hand right now. Within reach. I have stacks and stacks and stacks of stuff, Sherry. You know, Sis asked me the other day, hey, you gonna hang that up? No, I'm not. I might sell it at some point, but I'm not gonna hang it up. Talking about that other sunflower. I mean, I've done thousands of them. Good for you. Good for you, Sherry. Right? I want to meet people where they're at. I don't want coloring to have this stigma to it that you have to have the good supplies in order to color. You know, that's why I love my travel set. Hang on. I think that's in this box right now. These ones right here, that's what I take when I go someplace and I want to take my colored pencils with me. I got all those at either the dollar store or Amazon. No, once you have the skills, you can use any supply and make it look good. Heck no, she's wrong. She's wrong. I mean, my metallic pencils are the Royal Langnickel. You know, no, once your skills are good, you can use any supply. You've seen me, I even use a number 2 pencil sometimes. And I do that. I'm good with my supplies. Am I fantastic? Sometimes. But I'm good enough, you know. But once you get the basic skills down, you can use any supplies. Does not matter how cheap they are, you can make something out of it and you can make it look good. And I like a good deal. Maybe next week we'll color with those. I mean, that's what, hang on. Let me flip through here real quick. That's those supplies. That's those supplies. That's those supplies. Are you seeing a theme here? That's those supplies. I haven't finished this one yet, but that's those supplies. This is those supplies. This one right here is those supplies. Imagine that. Those are cheap supplies. And I got it at the Dollar Tree. You don't have to have expensive. Those are Crayolas, by the way, right there. That was fun. It's beautiful. I love it. Crayolas. Kids Crayolas. Again, those are my mechanical pencils. There's my graphite. Thank you. Thank you. But I'm helping you prove your point here. Again, with the Dollar Tree pencils. You don't have a number 2 pencil. It's all that is. A number 2 pencil. And I think that's freaking gorgeous. You know, that was some of the fun multicolored pencils. I love it. Anyway, absolutely do not need the good pencils to make a beautiful picture. Or the good whatever. You know, those are some... Now, those are some fine liners, Staedtler fine liners. I don't even remember what markers those were. I think the only other page that's the cheap ones. That's the cheap pencils. Now, this one was Prismacolor. And I still want to go in and darken it up some more. pop those contrasts out. I just haven't done it yet. But yeah, I absolutely believe that once you have the skill, the supplies aren't going to make a difference. I've done beautiful work with all kinds of costs involved. I am not snobby when it comes to supplies. Do I like my Prismacolors the best? Of course I do. They're really nice pencils. Will I work with other stuff? Of course I will. They're really nice, you know. It's fun. It's supposed to be fun. Winners focus on winning. Losers focus on winners. Because they ain't doing half the stuff you are. Don't forget that. But absolutely. Right? I'm not sure how to pronounce ARRTX. Arts? Artix? I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry. Yeah, and Crayola colored pencils? Oh, you bet. You bet. I've got Crayola markers that I use. Honey, the only reason why I have the set that I have is because I bought mine 20 years ago. 20 plus years ago. Most of them. And I'm still using them. I mean, you can tell. Yeah, I've got some newer ones in here, but my full set is from way back, I think, in like 1998 or the early 2000s. And I've still got some pencils that I just don't use. Like my black. I think I've talked about that one before. My black, I've sharpened it a few times just to swatch it, but I don't generally use it. But that's the only reason why I have a full set. If I had to buy a full set of Prismacolor pencils today, I couldn't do it. They're too expensive. Oh, watercolor. Yes, you can. My favorite traveling, this was one time a Crayola. Now, I've since refilled it. That's got the good paints in it, either the Winsor Newton or the Phoenix. The Phoenix are affordable. Phoenix watercolors are absolutely affordable. The Winsor Newton has gone out of hand. 15 bucks for a tube of paint. A little tube of paint. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And I love this set. I love taking it with me for on-the-go coloring. Right there. Or on-the-go painting. My, oh here, over here. Let's pull this out. Yeah, I used up the paint that was in it and then just refilled it. This is my favorite palette of all time. I got it for like $2 at Dollar General. I love this palette. You can tell it's well used and well loved. A good watercolorist never washes their palette. That's my firm belief. You just add more paint as you need it. Maybe occasionally you'll wipe off the square or something, but that's what I use to produce my professional sunflowers that I make. Right there. $2 at Dollar General, I think it was. And I love this thing. Yeah, it's got a little, you know, you can be fancy with it if you want, you know. Put your little finger through the hole. Makes it real nice when you're sitting there painting. You know, it is handy. But yeah, my favorite palette is The $2 one. A low Cornell. Low Cornell. Loew Cornell. I think it was $2 at Dollar General. Anyway, I love that. I love that palette. That's my favorite. Right? So nice. $2. So I wish a lot of people would focus more on the skills behind it rather than worrying about what brand they're using. But we don't talk about skills a lot when we're coloring, and we should, and that's what I'm here for. You know, I don't have a heavy hand. You've seen that time and time again. I'm not over here pressing down on my... No, that hurts. That hurts. It does me anyway. I don't like to do it. That's too painful. And you don't have to do it to make beautiful work. I mean, if y'all like doing that, great, but you're going to hurt your hand. I'm just saying. You got to give yourself hand problems if you don't lighten up. Right? And that's why, even if somebody new does ask, I tell them, only get the 12 set. You can make the entire rainbow out of only 12 pencils. You don't actually need every shade. You need the basic set. That's it. You don't need the 150 to start with. I don't even have all 150 of the Prismas. And quite frankly, I hate the polychromos. I have a set of 12. I hate them. I bought them because I wanted to see what the fuss was. I absolutely hated them. No, if beginners focused more on their skills, they'd get there quicker. They'd get the results they wanted quicker. Exactly, exactly. The last set of Crayolas that I bought were the little mini set at Dollar Tree. The little short ones. They came in a pack of 12, I think it was. 6 or 12. For $1 at the Dollar Tree. That's where I got my Crayolas. I ain't afraid to say it. I used to work at the Dollar Tree. I loved it. I miss working at the Dollar Tree. I loved my customers. I loved the supplies. At the end of my tenure there, you know, when I had to quit because of COVID, they were just expanding their craft supplies into something really nice. Oh, they're fun. I'm going to have to find my set of them and show you. I don't think I have any within reach right now. They might still be over in the van. Yeah, I'll dig them out. I'll dig them out though and I'll show them to you. They're awesome. I put them in a little Dollar Tree box and you can just grab it and go. If you haven't gotten the point that I like to grab my supplies and move locations a lot. I like to change my location in which I color. You know, and maybe later on this fall I'll head out to the reservoir and we'll do a live session from the reservoir out there coloring. When I had my van, I did it all the time. Just pack up and go. Oh, I loved it. I loved it. Just sit by the water there and color, or do some artwork. I'd go to the beach out there, and I'd have people, you know, because I'd be sitting out there, I'd have a sunshade going on, and at the beach, and I'd just sit there at the beach and color, and I'd have people come up and ask me about it. Aren't you here to swim? No, I'm here to color. It's pretty out. I miss doing that. My van was set up with everything. It was awesome. Eventually the steering went out on it and I can't get it fixed. You know, I've got a smaller SUV to get around in right now, but it's not the same. It's just not the same as that big old clunky van. I love that van. That's true hippie right there coming through, was living in that van. And one day I will have another one, I'm sure of it. You know, the RV is more space, but it's 29 feet and I'm not taking it everywhere with me. You know, it's not that kind of RV. Yeah, I love to go places in that van. I want to do it again. And I will someday. I will be a traveling colorist. I will be a traveling artist one of these days. I have no doubt about that. I enjoyed it too much. But right now my focus is here on Mama. So, I promised her many years ago that when she got to be an old lady, that I would do my best to keep her out of the nursing home. She's my best friend in the universe. I mean, they still live in my childhood home. You know, this is our homestead. They've been together now since 1968. They've had this house since 1972. Hi, baby. I know. I do have some sad news. The little one that I was calling Peepers, the little kitty that I was calling Peepers, he passed away today. I tried so hard with that little one, but I can't save them all. Right? I wish I could. And speaking of, I found that out right before I went live today. Sorry, I'm getting a drink. Yeah. Found him on the sidewalk not doing good. Yeah. Tough days are tough. He was sick. He's been sick since birth. With a, where they get the gunky eyes and the bad stuffy nose. It's a virus. The only thing you can do for them really is clear out their eyes and their nose as often as you can. That's what I was doing last night. I knew he wasn't doing good last night. It's just something they get. Yeah, and he was that way since birth. And he's been, I think he was about five or 6 months now is how long he's been around. Yeah. But that's what happens too when you have a pack of feral cats in your area. Not all of them will come to you for help. Not all of them will let you pet them. And so I do what I can. You know, I feed them, I provide them shelter. But we've had a pack of feral cats like years and years and years and years and years. You know, some of them make it, and some of them don't. And I knew from the get-go that Peepers was really, really sick, and I've done everything I can to try and help him. And I thought he was going to pull through and make it, and he didn't. And it is sad. It is sad. It is sad. I hate losing him. I hate losing them. But I know he had a good life, and I know he was spoiled rotten. You know, that much I know for a fact. I mean, he came in and slept with me last night. But that is also their choice. Cats, I believe, are these unique spirits that some of them can be tamed and put in the house, and some of them just don't belong. Cooped up. They're too wild still for me. Cats are. Dogs are a different story. Dogs have been domesticated, I think, a lot longer than cats. Now, I don't believe in dogs being outside on a chain and that sort of thing. I don't believe in that. I do believe that there are different, there are working dogs too. Like when I went to New Zealand, they had cattle dogs, or not cattle dogs, sheep dogs, sorry, that helped tend the sheep, and they did live outside. But that's also, like, I live outside now, and when I go in the air conditioning, it's hard for me. Because I'm used to being outside now. That first year, everybody thought I was nuts, by the way. And I told everybody, look, the doctor said if I don't get enough fresh air, COVID's going to overtake me, and I'm gonna catch the virus, and I'm going to die. You're right? Right? Oh, we have house cats. We have house cats. Spoiled rotten they are. And then we have a pack of ferals. But the doctor told me if I catch COVID, I will die. My lungs are not strong enough to handle it. So that's when I decided. See, what happened was I was working at the Dollar Tree, and that's when the pandemic first started, everybody was panicked about cleaning everything, and the chemicals got into my lungs and burned my lungs. And that was already on top of having asthma. And I had to quit my job. Well, because of that, I got a settlement from the state, because I asked specifically to be excluded from the cleaning process and I was not granted an exemption, so I had to quit my job because I couldn't handle the chemicals anymore. It's not their fault, it's not my fault, it's one of those situations. So I got a settlement out of that from the state because of everything that happened surrounding COVID, and that's when I bought my van. And I was quite happy in that van for several years. And then last year, somebody offered up the RV, and I went, sure, let me take on that project. But you know, it was just a beater van to start with. I think I only paid like $2,500 for the van or something like that. Wasn't much. So that's when I had to make a choice about valuing my health over valuing money or an income. And so now here I am trying to make my own income. So, but yeah, if I catch COVID, I'm dead. It's a guarantee. It's not even a question. So I stay away from other people, and I get as much fresh air and sunshine as I can. And it's worked so far. Knock on wood. Time for, you know, that was the wake up call and time for a change in my life. So, that's what I decided to do. And I'm one of the few patients that my doctor has that their lungs have improved over time. He's fascinated with me because I made that decision. Supports it wholeheartedly. Anyway, that's how I started van life, and that's how I got to RV life. But anyway, yeah, I lost Peepers this morning, and I know he had a good last night with me in here. You know, got all the snuggles in the world. Oh, bless your heart, literally. Wow. Yeah, stop being around people and go, and you went outside more, is that what you're saying? Or did you stop going outside? I think you're out there a lot, though. From what I've seen of your yard, it's beautiful. Yes, just into the backyard, right? Get that fresh air, get that sunshine. It's good for the soul, it's good for the body. And I like my own company, and I like doing these lives. I do. And I like coming into Hillbillies live streams, you know, and the farming simulator streams that I go to, you know, that's my entertainment now. That's my social time. And I'm okay with it. Occasionally I will go out with friends out on the kayaks, but like I don't go to a bar with them or anything like that. I don't go inside usually. It's pulling my, it's like I don't even like going to Walmart, okay? I'll admit it. And I had to go there yesterday and it was not fun. I'm in and out as quick as I can be. When I can order them online, I do. You know, order for pickup. I love that service. That is the best thing I think that came out of COVID, was the ability to order your groceries and go pick them up. Or have them delivered if you're lucky enough to live in one of those areas. I will keep using that service as long as they offer it. Right? And one thing about my ex was he had his own company. I don't think. He has to be around other people and I don't. I mean, I'm around my mom and dad, but... And I see other people occasionally, but I'm not... I'm fine. I'm fine with my... I was a sickly child, too. And I think that has something to do with it, that the COVID restrictions didn't bother me. Like, okay, cool. Good for you. Yeah, we have two choices here, Walmart or Kroger. Pardon me, that's how small of an area I live in. Those are your two choices. I dropped my pencil. Hang on. Until my hand's getting tired, I just dropped my pencil. I avoid going in there as often as I can avoid it. Some people love it. Some people love to go in and shop, and I am not one of them. I'd rather spend my time doing something else, like coloring. Right? You are out in the boonies too. And I'd rather be out in the boonies. I do not like big cities. They scare me. I'd rather be out in the open, out in the fresh air, out where nobody bothers me. Yep. But that's the great thing about the internet now, is when you want company, you can find it. And when you don't want company, you can turn it all off. All right. I'm going to hold this up here again in just a minute here. Oh, stretch your fingers. Get a drink. Yeah, the drink I just got an hour ago or whatever is already warm. Yeah. It's the weather. All right, let's see here. That's what it's looking like right now. Now comes the fun part. I'm going to start adding in some black grape. This is also the part where you can mess it up really easily. I know, because I've done it. Thank you. Thank you. Now we're really going to make it pop with the black grape. I may have done one or two of these before in my lifetime. Yes. I've messed a lot of them up. That's how you learn. I mean, I didn't just develop this overnight. I didn't just suddenly know how I like to color sunflowers. I had to play around a lot and experiment a lot before I found what I enjoy doing. And this to me is absolutely my favorite part. Is adding in the shadows. That's your favorite part, adding in the Pascha? Pascha? I don't know how to say that. I really should get out more, but I don't. I know what you're talking about, though. I have a white Jelly Roll pen. I don't use it very often, but I understand that process. It's where everything finally, it's that moment where everything finally comes together and you're like, yeah, that's what it's supposed to look like. Oh, the Pascha ruining a picture. Yes, you can do that. They don't like you. You know, that's all learning. That's what you learned. What not to do. But it does. And I think those that are just starting out need to realize that some of us have made a lot of mistakes. That's how you learn. We just didn't come into this world knowing this stuff. You know, like I showed you in that stack of paintings, what's this one? I have no idea. I have no idea what I did there. You gotta produce the ugly. I firmly believe that. And you got to find out what you don't like doing. You know? I'm not a fan of the cozy craze. I don't like those Heige books or whatever they're called. I want to color adult subjects. I don't want to color little teddy bears. It's not for me. I don't get it, you know. That's a few years back. I have one that went back to kindergarten. Mom might still have it on the wall, actually. I know we talked about that a little bit, about the cozy coloring craze, and I'm not a part of it. I cannot, as popular as it is, I would love to be able to get into it. I can't. I want to do beautiful art, and I don't think that's beautiful art. I'm sure it has its place, but it is not in my life. I don't jump on bandwagons. I don't need the latest and greatest. Not even greatest. I don't need the latest whatever in coloring. I have enough books, literally, I have enough books that I could color for the rest of my life and still have books left over. I probably have enough supplies to last me the rest of my life. And I hope when I do pass away that somebody fights over them. No. I did one book once. I did the entire book in markers. And I got really good at it, and I hated it. I absolutely hated doing it. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, I like that. It's not for me. But I've done it just to say I did it. Talking about using the markers for the whole book. And that's the only reason I did it. It was okay, but it's not a passion. And I have markers. I have markers coming out the wazoo. I'll use them occasionally, but I'm not. Same with gel pens. Yes, I'm a pencil girl with adding all these details like we have today. This is exactly why I like working with pencils. You watched me do it now for hours. This is fun to me. Just poking along here. I am a pencil girl through and through. Yes, occasionally I throw in some watercolors, but I also like watercolors. I like watercolors a lot. And you'll see more out of me with the watercolors soon. But I'm a pencil girl overall. I mean, we could have had this done last week. You know, I could have had it all done in one day. I don't want to. That's not fun for me. I like sitting here and looking at it and thinking, what does it need next? Where do I need a little bit more color? How much do I need? Yes, yes. I went through an entire gel pen phase too. I'm sure I have some of them might even still work. But they're not my love. Pencils are my love. Watercolors are my love. Ooh, hello, big ant. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ah! I don't know where he went. That was a big ant. Wow. That was a very big ant. I don't know where it went. I'm sure he'll pop his head back up again. That's a gorgeous picture, by the way. Right? I believe it. I believe it, 5 days. A lot of my pictures take me a whole week, you know, easy. How fast do you color? Well, I don't know. I get maybe 1 a week done. Maybe. You know, I've seen people say, I spent 2 whole hours on this. At 2 hours, I'm just warming up. You know? I'm just getting into the groove at 2 hours, man. My mom thinks I have a lot of patience, and I do. But I'm like, Mom, you don't realize this is fun for me. And when you're having fun, time just seems to stand still. You know, I can't believe it's almost, you know, it's 4:30 already. Yeah, 2 hours? Honey, I just started. I might have some of the base colors done at 2 hours. You know, I'm still not going to have this picture done today. Oh, there he went. There he went. Go, go. Get out of here. Go. Oh. Oh. Man, he's fast, little booger. I don't know where he went. All right. I was trying to catch him to throw him outside because he's a big one. I don't know where he went. Oh, well. Right? I'm not a fast colorist when I'm doing something that I really love. And I love polka dot sunflowers. Yeah, I missed Hillbilly this morning. Hope everything's okay with him. Well, I overslept this morning. Yesterday was a long day, and I logged in about 9:30, and I'm like, where's Hillbilly? Right? Yeah, I hope everything's okay with him. Maybe he'll be on tonight. Or he could have had something else to do too. I personally am trying very, very hard to keep to a schedule. So that people know when to expect me on. It's tough. I'm not gonna lie about that. It's tough. You know, I've got a million things that I needed to do today, and I'm out here coloring instead. That's the way it goes. I made the commitment, and now I'm going to stick to it. As best I can, anyway. Tomorrow, though, is going to be green bean day. I got to get those beans taken care of. Oh, yes. You got to beat the heat. Get up early in the morning and do it. That's what I'm going to do tomorrow. Oh. Weeding is not my favorite outdoor chore, though. I will say that. Everybody take a break. Stretch your fingers. Get a drink. Stand up, sit down, rah, rah, rah. like how this is starting to pop off the page. For those of you who don't know, Hawaiian Hillbilly usually hosts a coloring session at 9 a.m. Eastern, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then he does Farming Simulator that night, Monday, Wednesday, Friday at midnight. Really, really, really nice gentleman. All are welcome. All are welcome to come over and say hi. Sherry and I are in the coloring. Sherry is better at attending than I am. Sometimes I miss it, but y'all can come and visit us over there. I believe in supporting channels that support me, I support them. Y'all should know that by now. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you. Putting in all these little fun shadows. I love this part. Oh yeah, look at that, just lifted right off that other pedal. Oh yeah, 6 a.m. for Sherry. Well, that's a great way to start your mornings. It is. Yeah, if you're up earlier, hey, go check out the Artistic Biker too. That would be very, very early for you though. That would be like almost middle of the night. Because that's at 5:30 Texas time. It's 6:30 my time. And I struggle with the 6:30 my time. Well, a lot of times too, I'm up late with Hillbilly. And then if I'm there the next morning at the 6:30, it's because I haven't slept yet. So there's some truth right there. I mean, that's really trying to support all your friends. But I naturally don't sleep very much. And it's just getting older the worse I get. Now, as I get older, I might start taking more frequent naps, but right? I do not understand how Jonathan does it every day, but it's part of his routine by now. You know, we're 100 and tomorrow I think is 104 days for him, or maybe that was today, something like that. We celebrated 100 on Tuesday. That was a lot of fun, though. Even though I was tired, that still was a lot of fun. I'm almost always there at the Artistic Biker on Sunday mornings, though. That's my usual. I can usually catch him live on Sunday mornings. And then randomly throughout the week, just depends. I usually only sleep between 4 and 6 hours a night. So, and I've been like that for years. It just so happens that my good 4 to 6 hours are like from 4 a.m. to 9 a.m. You know, right smack in the middle of his, that's when my good sleep is. That's when I'm sleeping the best. So I don't always make his. Yeah, he's so fascinating. I mean, he comes up with the best information. Like I told him one time, I would trust him with facts over I trust Google. He's just a wealth of information. And he brings up topics that I normally wouldn't think about. You know, like today's glass squid, was that what it was? Oh gosh, now I gotta look. Yeah, glass squid. Who'd have known? I had no idea such a creature existed. Not me. I always learn a lot. And if anybody tries to say they can't layer on Amazon paper, they're not doing it right. Right, the carrots one was fascinating. It really was. Especially with Mel Blanc. I had no idea he was allergic to carrots. That just blows my mind that he had that dedication to his craft. This is for everyone who thinks you can't layer on Amazon paper. Look at there. I'm not even done with it yet. This is why I say Amazon paper is not bad. You just have to know how to use it. If you obliterate the tooth of any paper, you're going to ruin it. And it won't hold more color. But that holds true whether your paper is $1 or whether your paper is $100. If you go in there and obliterate the tooth, you ain't going to be able to put anything else on it. That's a fact, Jack. And while we are busting myths, my pencil is not that sharp. You don't have to have super sharp tips. Yes, sometimes they're nice. Sometimes they're necessary. You don't have to have them. You do need to know where your edges of your pencil are. That's helpful. But you don't have to always have super sharp pencils. All right. I know, Amy, stop poking at it. No, I'm not done yet. We darken these up just a little bit more. Gosh, we just busting all kinds of myths today. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But there are some people that are so freaky about it that no, we don't always have to have the super sharp tips. They're worried about wasting their pencils. You don't have to. Yes, sometimes it's nice. You don't have to have it. Sometimes for the finer details, it's nice, to have a nice sharp tip. I sharpen plenty. You watch me sharpen plenty. But there's not this panic need that I've seen some people exhibit. They panic that they're... I'm like, well, the minute you use the pencil, it's going to start to dull it, right? And it's okay. I don't like that the pencils these days come pre-sharpened. That's my pet peeve. I think people should be able to choose how they sharpen their pencils. Yes. For the details, when you're detailing, definitely the sharper pencils or the sharper tips help. You saw me do that just a little bit ago. But overall, I probably color more without sharp tips than I do sharp tips. But details are nice for a sharp tip, yes. And the more you put on as well, the sharper tips help get down into the tooth of the paper. But I don't think they're as critical as some people make them out to be. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. They do have their place. But I don't, most of the time I don't care. I like to get into the groove with the flat side and color. Especially when I'm doing the base layers. Base layers, I would rather have the flat tip. How's that looking? All right. I don't know, the very long, super sharp tips, those drive me bananas. Well, hello, JRA. How are you today? We're talking pencils. Oh, sorry. Here, let me hold it up now that we got the black grape down there. This way. I'm doing all right, hanging in there. Oh, a little too far. Hard for me to guess, so I have to wait for the lag to catch up. There we go. That's pretty good. You can see how the black grape just added a little bit of dimension to it now. And it looks like some of the petals are just absolutely popping off the page. That's why I use the black grape. Now what we're going to do is we're going to come in here. Oh, we're going to kill that ant first. Oh, maybe. Okay. Oh, there you are. Done. Dead. Now look, we just talked about sharp pencils. I'm going to sharpen this one. Sharpening a pencil. Thank you. I'm going to come back in with Deco Yellow. And now we're going to kind of blend it all together. And this is where it starts to get really painterly looking. Because at this point, yes, now we're getting into the fine tooth of the paper. Now we're starting to fill in all those little light spots. And yes, this is one of those occasions where I said a super sharp tip helps in blending it all together. You could use a colorless blender. You could use, I don't recommend using white. Some people do. I don't. I think it dulls the color down too much. What are you up to today, Jay? Did you download the go-kart mod for Farming Simulator? I'm going to put a go-kart track on Riverbend Springs this weekend. I just wondered if anybody else was doing it yet. We're going to get us a go-kart track on there. You saw it, but you didn't install it. Alright. I'm going to play around with it this weekend. See what I can come up with. Did you watch how that just brightened that color up right here where I'm working? Was that, did you see that on the screen? I can't look in two places at once. But this is what I mean about blending it out and making it look more painterly now. It just softened that right up, brightened it up. Right? I love those ATV mods. I do. Those are fun. That go-kart, though, is awfully fun, too, because you can just walk over and pick it up with your hand. Not that I would know, because, you know, if you wreck it and you end up upside down, I wouldn't know anything about that one. Ah. Now then you can start to see the difference between these 4 petals here and the rest of them. Right? That's how you do it. You just learned my technique, Sherry. My Riverbend Spring map has 13 Valtras on it. Now this technique takes a while to do, but look at the results. I mean, I just think it's beautiful. And then it feels like painting because you're just blending everything together. And the colors just pop. And it looks like I've just come in here and painted it. I love me some Valtras. Maybe it's Valtra. I don't know. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you. And sometimes I don't do this step right here. Sometimes I don't. But if I really want it to pop, I do this step. And then what I do is I go back in, and any place that I think needs a little bit darker, I make it a little darker. If I need a color to pop a little bit more, then I can adjust it then. But again, I'm not obliterating the tooth. I'm not pressing down really hard. You like the fence? I can't say that word very well. I know which ones you're talking about. Those are cool tractors. I like the Valtras because you can pick the color. Alright? That's it exactly. You can make them what other color you want. I think it's pretty obvious that I like adding color to things. I like picking my own colors. What are your plans for the weekend, Jay? Did you get me a new video up to watch? I've been in here for a minute, so I don't know. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you. Well, now you know the technique and you can do this. Awesome. Awesome. You know I'll stop by and watch. When I get a chance. You know me by now. I put my money where my mouth is. Very, 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 very few people do that. And I love that my friends are the kind of friends that do it. It's that mutual support and respect. I appreciate it. All right, cool. That'll be awesome. I look forward to it. Sunday night at 8 o'clock, if you got time, I'll be on Farming Simulator. We'll put in that go-kart track this weekend. Good deal. I hope you stop by. It's usually a pretty good time. I like having people. Y'all help me decide what it is I'm gonna do and where I'm gonna put stuff, and I just have a good time. You know, there's no real. I own everything by now, so there is no pressure to complete anything or do anything specific, but I do want to put in a go-kart track now. Everything's in play to where I've got more than enough money to do whatever I want, so. I already went down the struggle road. I'm on year 20 on my map, by the way. I don't know if I told you that or not. But that's a lot of fun. I like playing. Anyway, just blending it out like that. I mean, look at how pretty. I love that. 7 years to catch up with me. All right. You'll get there. You'll get there. That's, pardon me. That's still a good amount of time on one map. I notice a lot of people are map swapping or don't actually dedicate a lot of time to one map. And I've done that. You know, I've played some other maps, but my Riverbend Spring one is really, I love that map. That's the one I've invested the most time in. All right, we're going to have to sharpen the pencil next. Oh, actually, we're going to have to call it done. We are going to have to call it done, everyone. Done for today. It's 5 o'clock. But anyway, you can now, it's easier to tell. I'll hold it up here in a minute. It's easier to tell the difference now between those petals and these petals. Let me hold it up here. Let's see how that looks. Am I good on camera yet? No, go back a little bit. There we go. You can see the right, oh, that was too much. The right hand side now is much smoother than the left. And just looks more painterly. Anyway, I've had a great time today. Jay, thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Sherry, I love you. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I really, really appreciate it. But it is 5 o'clock, and that means I need to get on to dinner. Start thinking about dinner and getting things around there for dinner tonight. I hope everyone has a beautiful weekend. I hope to see everyone Sunday night. If I don't see you Sunday, I'll see you on Tuesday, I hope, at 1 o'clock for coloring. Thank you, Sherry. And not a bit of it was pressing the pencil down hard. Just layer upon layer upon layer. That's it. You can do this. Anybody can do this. That's why I want to show people how I do it. It just takes some time and patience. That's all. Anyway, I will catch everybody on the flip side. Have a beautiful weekend, everyone. Take care now.